Morena koutou and welcome to the final council meeting of the triennium. I'll open us with a council prayer. Father, we ask your blessings on the people who have gathered here and who have been called to lead the communities in which we live and work. Guide us as to ask how we can best serve you and your people, and to remember that we are all neighbours who are blessed to live in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Grant us the wisdom and courage to know and do what is right, good and true, and that we may be guided by your light and spirit to build community, ensure justice for all and love each other. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Okay, there are no apologies for today and no one here to speak in public forum. Any notification of items not on the council agenda? There are none. Declarations of conflicts of interest in relation to today's meeting. Councillor Johns. Thank you, Councillor Johns, duly noted. Right, we'll move to the confirmation of the minutes. On page 5, can I have somebody move their true and correct record? Councillor Petty-Weber, seconded Councillor Sutherland. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll just run through those. Page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, just regarding the invitation to the Lindea commemoration, Bruce Hutton has let me know that that's been very positively received, and the university has also complimented Lindea and Rinitawa on the successful program that they have. It is one of the easiest and highly sought after, so it looks like we'll get a positive response there. And page 14. Thank you, councillors. Just moving to the community boards and community reports. Can I have somebody move the minutes from Positively Woodville, please? Move to Councillor Johns, seconded Councillor Gilmore. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Right, just running through those. Page 15, page 16, 17. And also, councillors in that, are you happy to accept the minutes from the 2nd of September in that motion? Thank you. Page 18, 19, 20. Just on page 20, I noted with interest that they're thinking that the traffic management costs will go up. Is that using the new traffic rules? Did they have any reasoning behind that? I thought. Pop your mic on, Councillor Johns.
Not sure whether a final decision's been made. In fact, there's somebody in the gallery that may be able to add to that, but there was talk of a not bothering about traffic management, and it will become a protest parade. The police will be notified.
I regret asking that question. Thank you, Councillor Johns. Page 20. Sorry. Right. Well, I'll look forward with that with interest. Page 21. Thanks, councillors. Right, the minutes of Explore Pahia Tour Community Committee. Can I have somebody move those? Be received. Thank you, Councillor Franklin. Councillor Gilmore. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Page 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and page 28. Thank you. The minutes of the Eketahuna Community Board. I have somebody move those be received. Thank you, Councillor Johns. Seconded, Councillor Gilmore. All those in favour, please say aye. Think carried. Page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, 34, page 35, and I note the Chief Executive was following up on the picnic table.
Yep, on train.
Page 36, thank you for doing that. Right, and lastly, the Dennyvert Community Board minutes. Can I have somebody move they be received? Councillor Wallace, and seconded Councillor Chase. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Page 37, page 38, page 39, page 40, page 41, 42, 43, 44, 45 and 46. Thank you, councillors. Right, moving into the reports, councillors, if it's all right, we have visitors here with the Woodville Skate Park.
Flying back to Wellington.
Oh, that's Belgully.
Okay,
So
right.
you want to do them with those skate park?
Yeah, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Can I just check online? I have got some guests presenting on the Woodville Skate Park. What your time frame is, and just whether we could hear that first. If you're on a tight time frame, just let me know.
So who are you addressing that? Okay. Hello, Catherine. Hello, Eamon. We're just playing and potentially moving a little bit around with the agenda. Just your time frame. Before we get to the Wisco matter, what's your time frame? Are you time constrained, or are you able to accommodate a slight postponement in dealing with that paper?
We need to be.
You're on mute, Catherine.
Can you hear us now? Is that any better?
I can hear you, Eamon, yes. Catherine's muted, though.
Should be able to hear us now, Catherine.
Can you hear me now, Malcolm? Yep. We have the Carterton meeting at 11:30, so we're probably flexible till 11, but we should leave here at 11 to get there by 11:30.
Thank you for accommodating that.
Thanks, Catherine. Could I put you on hold then, and I'll get Peter to give you a ring the moment we're moving to that paper? Is that okay? Okay, thanks.
Right, councillors, we've just moved to the Woodville Skate Park business case and site approval, item 9.2. Yeah, Vicky, I understand you're speaking to the paper, Kimberley is? Sorry, it is page 121. Sorry, Vicky's just got to get back to work too. Okay.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at this very special meeting. As most of you know, my name is Kimberley Stevens. I'm a member of Positively Woodville, and today I am speaking on behalf of the Woodville Skate Park project team and the Positively Woodville Community Committee. I'm joined by Vicky Tomlinson, our Treasurer and the project lead, Raylene Tredder from Bush Multi Sport Trust and also Sport Manawatu, who has been a great support to the project, and Paul Taylor, a Positively Woodville member who has been an integral part of this project. Our chair is unable to join us and sends her support and apologies. Ultimately, we intend to take the report as read today. However, for those who are joining us online or in the room who may not have yet read the agenda, I'd like to briefly reread a small section from both the executive summary and the conclusion. This business case seeks formal approval from Tararua District Council for the construction of the Woodville Skate Park at the preferred site, 60 Ross Street, next to the sports stadium. Once approved, the Woodville Skate Park team would be able to proceed with the project without requiring any further approvals from Council, provided the next steps outlined in this business case are completed. By approving this business case, Council will unlock a facility that offers children and young people a safe, engaging space to be active and connected, while also creating a multi-generational recreational asset for the whole community. This is more than just a skate park. It is an investment in Woodville's future, a tangible outcome of 150 years of community resilience and a lasting contribution to the well-being of Tararua rangatahi. I'm a relatively recent addition to the project, and it doesn't feel right for me to speak on behalf of it without acknowledging the people and groups that invested their time, energy, ideas or funds. Thank you, Vicky and Paul, for all your time, hours and energy that you've dedicated to this project. You've driven it to where it is today. You've worked with the chosen supplier and the children of Woodville to create something that we as a committee, you as a council and Woodville as a community can all be proud of. Thank you, Raylene and the Bush Multisport Trust for all of your support along the way, all of your guidance following your experiences with the Sales Yard Wheels Park. Thank you to the previous committee members and to Woodville Recreation and Play who kicked this project off several years ago. Thank you, Jaystone Skate Parks, our chosen contractor, for your patience and support through every stage of the process. Thank you to our funders, Bush Charitable Trust, Waireka Community Trust, Tararua District Council and Waka Kotahi New Zealand Transport Agency. Thank you to the council staff who've contributed advice along the way or at least pointed us in the right direction. And thank you to our community for their endless patience. Before I finish speaking and we move to questions, Vicky and I have worked together to do some mind reading and try and tackle some points that we may not have covered as well in the business case as we would have liked to. Starting with, who exactly is the team? We talk a lot about the team in the document, but as we all know, community projects without real people driving them can easily fall over. So, who's the team? Myself, Paul, Vicky, and we have seconded Raylene. We also have the support of the Positively Woodville members, the sometimes begrudging support of our families and our partners, and long term, we do believe that we will have a firm backing of the facility users and their caregivers. Next, funding risks and the reality of ongoing costs. As outlined in the business case, we have consulted with Bush Multisport Trust about their experiences, and we do feel confident that $500 a year will provide a solid foundation for maintenance and repairs. Additionally, Positively Woodville has recently co-opted a new funding officer, and it is hoped that that will be formalised at their upcoming AGM. With a dedicated funding officer in place, we are confident that not only can we close the remaining funding gap, but also secure any extra funds needed for future maintenance beyond what we've already anticipated. And finally, in terms of sufficient evidence of youth demand, kids don't really want to fill in surveys over and over again. They just want to do. And I think we'd all be pulling our hair out if any further evidence was required. So to be a little bit cliche and quote a famous line from a famous movie, build it and they will come. Vicky, would you like to say anything? No. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora, and thank you for that. It's nice to see the paper here because it has been a project that we've been involved in and watched grow in the community. So there's a lot of excitement around that. So I just want to acknowledge that. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Petty Webber. Councillor Johns, noting your conflict. Councillor Peter Weaver.
Thanks, guys, and thanks for coming along today. I fully support your project. I just had a couple of questions that I thought about from one Dannyburg Skate Park to Woodville Skate Park in the community. Because I know I know where it is and stuff, but because I don't live in Woodville. What's security like? What does the police think about it being in that area? Was one thing I thought about. And the access on and off the footpath, is the footpath quite smooth along there? Because I know kids, getting to and from the skate park will need to don't want a bumpy, what our footpaths are like. I'm sorry, the roading team, but they can be a bit up and down. So I was thinking police, security, what's the footpath like out the front, and is the fence coming down? Was the other one? Yeah, thank you.
All very valid points, and we've had informal discussions. A lot of our conversations have been informal to this point until we secure the land, because we need that confirmation before we can go, let's get these plans in place. The informal discussions we've had first with police, as long as we have in the phase 2 the security cameras and keep it open, so all our planting ideas will not be huge, so people cannot hide behind, they're happy with. They're actually very supportive of extra lighting and extra cameras in that area. It's in town rather than out of town, so they're actually supportive of that aspect too. And it's actually not too far from the local school, which they are very encouraging of for our tamariki, and opposite the Fountain Square. So that fence will be coming down, and there's a bit of a gap before we get into the skate park area, and that's the plan so far. And longer term, we'll be opening discussions with council about putting a zebra crossing across to Fountain Square to make it even safer. So it's a destination for young and old. So young ones can go and play in Fountain Square, and then they can come across with the older ones, or vice versa, because kids of all age are getting into skate parking. Ever since it got to the Olympics, as you'll be aware, the popularity has just grown. Yeah. Does that cover?
Yep, that covers my question. And yeah, those are all really valid points. Thank you. And I guess that's the advantage of having it closer. You actually have it closer to the business district as opposed to recreation park. That is a little bit further away, even though that's by the swimming pool. So I can see the advantages of having it where you've chosen. Thank you, ladies, and all the best.
Thanks. Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not sure that this question's one to either of the presenters, but I see that a consent is required for the construction. Is that a notified consent or a non-notified consent?
Through you, Your Worship, I'd like to invite Raylene Shredder to come and join us. I'll just grab her chair. We are submitting a consent. It's for the amount of soil that we are moving onto that property. So a consent needs to be done for that.
Often consents require notification to neighbours, and that's why I asked whether it's notified or non-notified.
Thanks. Councillor Johns, that was the question that I was going to raise. Whilst you've had informal conversations, have any of those conversations been with your direct neighbours? And that's where Councillor Johns is going with a publicly notified consent.
Yes. The informal conversations have been with the neighbours. There's actually only 2 on this particular site, and one's actually, I was lucky enough to grab the landlords who are at Auckland base when they were coming down, because there's only tenants in the site, and they're actually subdividing their property. So I advised at the time it's one of 2 sites, because that was the options at the time, and they're very open to conversations. There might just be, they've put a new fence along their boundary line, and we might just have to pay for extra palings for the sound. But when I said that there'll be lighting and cameras and hours kept for local skaters, so that it's not going to be at 2 o'clock at night, then they were very happy with that. Yeah, but again, once we've got, if we are fortunate enough to get approval of the land, we can formalise those discussions and get the written consents.
Thanks, that
I'd
answers
just
all
like
of that.
to add very briefly to that, that the area we've chosen is already quite a high activity area with the local camping ground and the local recycling centre in that area, as well as being right across the road from our Fountain Square children's playground. So it's quite a hive of activity, and we actually believe that this will be a really positive shift for that area in terms of the types of activities, because I don't know if you've been down to Woodville Recycling Centre on a Sunday morning and woke all the campers up doing your glass bottles, but I have. So it would be nice to have some positivity noise in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship, and congratulations on the preparation of this. This provides a lot of information. You've probably, Kimberly, answered one of my initial questions, was the impact on the camping ground. I was trying to get a picture of where this sat in relationship to it. So it will change the focus of activity, and wondering what impact that might have on the quiet nature of that camping ground. I was there the other day and just observed the peacefulness that had. So you've probably addressed that it's already a hive of activity, or just change the noise levels possibly. My second question, you've referred to how patient the team has in terms of building the skate park. That quote, what's the timeline on that? And is there any risk in that ballooning out? Everyone's shaking their head.
Very valid and wonderful, Jaystone, has been acceptance of our patients and keeping costs not for much longer. So pretty much we need to get agreement before the end of the year, otherwise that will change and be a different factor at play. But yeah, they've been very supportive of our project.
Thanks. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Mayor Tracy. Well done, team. Congratulations. I was just reflecting on, this is our last council meeting of the term, and I think in the last triennium it was either the last or the second to last meeting of that term when I learnt all about this and saw it come through, and knowing you all and seeing how much work has gone into this over the last 3 years, I just absolutely want to commend you for that. The last council agreed to that site in principle. I know that there has been some discussion in the community about which site it should go to, and so it was great to see that being answered in a detailed way within your plan. I think the other part that is important to note from the rec ground perspective is this council also throughout this term has identified as a long-term objective for that area to potentially move into being commercially zoned. So I think it's really prudent not to put such an expensive facility in that area. So I certainly support the location that you've put in. It is great to see a community committee out there kicking goals like this. So I just wanted to congratulate you and absolutely endorse your comments of let's get it built. But well done and congratulations. I'll be absolutely in support of this.
Thanks.
Through you, Chair, if I may, the team's just asked me to come back to the question around the funding and just reiterate that within our business plan we have got quite a solid strategy for our funding, and that will cover if we have shifts in our budget as well, and having that dedicated funding officer hopefully will aid that along as well. So in November we will be applying to the lottery funding for an application for the remainder of funding for the project, and we expect a result on that in February 2026, and we have a backup plan if that doesn't work, and while it's not in the document we have a backup plan if that doesn't work. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. Just a suggestion from experience. Try and get Scam Power on board. You have, good. But here's a suggestion. When you light it, don't light it going from the hall to the neighbours, go into the corner. Yeah, good stuff.
Thank you.
Because they don't, the neighbours down there don't like glare, and I can understand why.
Very quickly, and then I'm going to go to the recommendation.
Absolutely, and we've received very good recommendation from skaters about lighting around skate parks, and so that's why initially we will be putting in the channeling for the lighting to Scampower, because they have supported us, but through items rather than cash. Thank you.
Right, thanks, councillors. We've run out of questions. We're now into suggestions. So, Councillor Gilmore, you're moving the recommendation 1.1 and 1.2? Correct. So that's been moved by Councillor Gilmore, seconded by Councillor Long. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Sorry. And 1.3, you want to include 1.3 as well? Yeah. 1.2, and 1.3. Okay. Happy with that? Thank you. Congratulations, and that's really exciting. Look forward to you taking that back to the community, one step at a time. Right.
Eamon, if you're listening, you could probably come back on. Yep.
Hopefully you can hear us fine now.
We can, thank you. Right, the Water Services Organisation, Wairarapa Tararua Water Draft Constitution and Shareholders Agreement. So thank you, Peter. We'll let you lead us through that.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship, councillors. So thank you for coming online, Catherine, Emma. So we're going to go through this report. It's obviously quite an extensive series of documents that are there. Just so you know, if you need to jump to the Constitution, it's on page 100 of the agenda. So it's 58 is the shareholder agreement, page 100 is the Constitution. Oh. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Just so they jump around a bit. So the recommendations are there because we need to progress the company once we get advice back from DIA, and we're on a fairly tight time frame to get this company up and running. For that reason, with the experience that you've had going through this process over the last almost 3 years now through different governments, you have an excellent understanding of what's involved and why we've got to this point. DIA may come back in the next few weeks potentially, and that will trigger what we call a Section 22 of the Water Services Preliminary Services Act, which is basically the structure that we have to follow in terms of establishment. But since then, of course, we've got the Local Government Water Services Act, which has just been passed, plus an Amendment Act, which goes and amends all the associated legislation through all of the different wider series of acts that have been impacted by this massive change. One of the major points that we have double-checked is the Taxable Income Tax Act applicability to the new company. It is going to be an exempt company, which does simplify matters quite significantly. The concept being that some councils might have a business unit, so it's inside council tax-free, or it's going to be in a business unit outside, or CCO, or in our instance a joint CCO, or we could have gone for different structures other than that as well. So they've kept it very simple. They're amending the legislation, including the Income Tax Act. We haven't seen that actually happen, but we've seen the act that says it's going to happen. So that's where we're at with that one. In terms of, we got some clarity around our bylaws. We're okay with our bylaws. They've deemed, our advice is that we've still got a number of years left to run before they must be reviewed. However, we must review under the new legislation within 2 years. So we're now on a 2-year clock. And that's logical because that means it will align to the establishment of the new water services company. In terms of the key changes that are in here over the last few weeks, everything that we have indicated as needing to be changed have been changed to our satisfaction or are very minor. In terms of one thing around having a second person on the stakeholders forum as an observer, that's something that is contemplated now. So, yeah, and that gives continuity if someone's away. However, what we will have to do as each council is establish, shall we say, the rules of engagement, what delegation the representative will have when the observer may have to stand in on behalf of the primary person. So each council now will have to develop those rules. We're thinking of doing that consistently initially, so that will come back to the new council as one of the steps, and we're kind of expecting that that representation will be one of those almost like committee appointment processes that always happens at the start of a new training. So those are the major points that I had. I'll pass on to Catherine and just let her advise of any other updates.
You're on mute, Catherine.
But here's.
Can you hear us okay?
We can now.
Sorry about that. Peter's done a good job of summarising the latest changes.
Catherine, you'll need to speak close to the microphone.
Is that better? Is that better now, Malcolm?
Yes, that is much better.
Okay, great, thank you. Peter has done a good job of summarising those latest changes to the documents, so we don't have any further introductory comments or points to make, but very happy to take any further questions from the council.
Thanks, Catherine. Can I just pass to the Chief Executive for some comment?
Yes, no, thank you, Your Worship. Look, standing back from this from a governance perspective, I think you as council have 3 key decision points in this process. The first and most important one was deciding on your water services delivery plan. You have done that and selected this option. It is now with the Department of Internal Affairs. It is highly likely to be approved because of the nature of the thing, in which case, as Peter said, Section 22 of the Preliminary Arrangements Act kicks in and you must implement. So that is the most strategic one. The second one is then, as a shareholder constituent of the new proposed Water Services Act, the governance arrangements of that company are in your interest, protect your interests as you perceive them, and this is essentially the decision point we're at today. We, as well as the great team from Catherine and Balgully, we've also taken, as you'll recall, our own independent legal advice to give us extra assurance that from a Tararua District Council and community perspective, our interests are addressed. We've received that advice, it's taken on board, and in my view, these documents are in order for adoption. The third one will be post-adoption, assuming all 4 councils move forward, and that will be moving into the transition arrangements, the transfer of assets, debt, that sort of thing, and we'll have probably a series of decision points in there. So we're at, essentially, as I see it from your perspective as governors, point 2, agreeing the constitution and shareholders agreement that will govern how the company will operate, having decided to have a company. Yeah.
Thanks for that, Malcolm. Councillor Wards.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I concur with the comments that you've made, Malcolm. I believe that the due diligence that's been applied to getting us to this stage is I'm very grateful for the amount of advice that's been sought, independent, to provide that extra reassurance to our community around what is a very overarching set of documents that do need to be followed through and adopted, of which I'm more than happy to support. I do have a question though regarding the risk around the other councils. I know that there was 2 points I wanted to make. I'm pleased that, and I think the community need to be aware that in item 6.4, the second bullet point where the revenue is ring fenced, I think that needs to be reinforced to the community, that the money coming in gets spent on the services. Do you want to make a comment to that, Malcolm?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, that's absolutely, and that's essentially, Councillor, as part of the economic regulation framework, money used for that is brought in through revenue, tariff revenue, however it is achieved either through rating or volumetric pricing, must be applied to water services, and nothing else. With a CCO, a water CCO, that is going to be a far more straightforward exercise because their only activity is water infrastructure services. For councils who have adopted other approaches, particularly in-house, yeah, they've got a bit of work to do.
My second question, therefore, is I know we're probably first off the cab rank for trying to get this across the line. Peter, when is the deadline, and how are things looking with our other partners?
Catherine and I have been working with the other councils to make sure that they're in as best a position we can in terms of this information. So some have chosen to get independent legal advice, some haven't. That's up to them. 3 of us are determining this today, so we'll know by the end of the day where 3 out of 4 have gone. In terms of if 1 or 2 of the 4 don't proceed, then that will have to happen either between now and the election or post-election. It depends on what subject matter has been causing it to be held up. Otherwise, it just slows down our process. But we will be working in multiple layers of project tasks anyway, so we won't stop. We will. It's just not as helpful.
I would also add to that, Councillor, and to be quite stark about it, you have submitted a water services delivery plan. It says that these 4 councils will be constituent members of that. If it is approved, which could happen today for all we know, but it's imminent, the 22 requires that to be implemented. The word is must, not may, or if I feel like it, it's must. So if a council in the 4 chooses not to proceed, the Crown has remedies available to it. Most importantly, it would take the view that is potentially, particularly if the water service delivery plan is approved, that the council is then in breach of its obligation to do must, and they can then intervene through the appointment of a Crown facilitator or a Crown water services specialist. So hence my opening comments, this is about ensuring the governance arrangements that are in place are appropriate to give protection to the various interests, and I think for all 4 councils they give that appropriate protection in terms through the stakeholders forum, through good governance, and that's standard Company Act, directors' duties, that sort of thing, within an overall regulatory framework administered by Tamata ROI from a health perspective, regional councils for the moment on environmental perspective, and the interests of consumers from a pricing and quality of performance perspective from the Commerce Commission. So yes, it is conceivable that a council could say no, but I would hope they are well advised as to the consequences of that decision.
Thanks, Peter.
Just one thing, in terms of shareholder agreements and constitutions, they can be amended, but it requires a shareholder approval for that to take place. So even if there's something that one of the councils is still unsure of, that can be dealt with. It can be dealt with before or after the election. So from that perspective, there's no reason why, unless there's something fundamentally problematic for a council with some clause or aspect of either agreements, that they should hold back. That's my view.
And through you, Worship, just to reiterate to elected members that, you know, someone who knows a bit about this issue, I can only commend to you the work that Catherine and Bell Gully have done, in addition to our own lawyers for Buttle Finley. It is good work in my view.
Thank you, Malcolm. Councillor Johns, or did you have a follow-up? Okay, thanks. Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Your Worship. This decision that we're making today is probably the most significant decision any council since 1989 in this district has made. There's a lot of angst out there as to whether this is the way to go. It's all uncharted waters. We'll never know whether it was the right decision or not. But here goes, I guess. Councillor Wards, if you want to move it, I'll second it.
Thanks, Councillor Johns, but I've just got some questions and comment first. Councillor Sutherland.
Just a question, Mayor Tracy, just to Peter and Catherine. Just you mentioned them about shareholders and maybe alternates. Unless it's been amendment, I thought there was it was a must. I thought that section said each shareholder must ensure it as appoints a stakeholder for a member and an alternate at all times. I didn't think there was any. I thought that was pretty clear. From your comment, it gave me the impression that it's not so clear. But this is the first thing we have to do, I think, is appoint a shareholder for a member and an alternate. Is that right? Yeah.
The two are different. There's a shareholder role and a stakeholder.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a shareholder role and a stakeholder role.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll talk about the shareholder. Yeah. Sorry. Right. Oh, sorry. Well, we want to get on with it. Yeah, I've been supportive all along with this. I mean, there have been two successive governments in a row have been pretty clear about the course of action for New Zealand and its water, and we've progressed down this path, and I'm supportive of that. There is some comment about it's the right thing to do, but there's no wrong. It's got to be done. It's the main concerns of the community have really been looking at the cost structures going forward, I think, and we've been forced to fund this, make assessments over 10 years. I think this will change somewhat, looking at other water providers around Australasia and other places. But without relitigating this, I'm very happy where we are and supportive of the paper. So, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Sutherland. Do any other councillors have questions? We do have a mover and a seconder for it. And I agree, Councillor Johns, this is a significant decision. There has been a lot of due diligence. I am grateful that we actually got independent legal advice as well, so that we can go out to residents and say that we have looked at this and covered every aspect. And I certainly acknowledge Catherine, Amon and the other councils as we worked through this together. I think it is a really positive model, small enough to be nimble and make some real effect, but actually I'm comfortable with the measures that have been put in place with the Commerce Commission around pricing. It is scary for residents to see such a big change, but necessary. So there are no further questions from anybody. So Councillor Wards, you'd like to move the recommendations 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 and 1.5? Correct?
Yes, I do, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Johns, you happy to second that?
Yes, happy to second that.
Okay. There's no further questions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, councillors. That is a huge decision today. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Peter, for all of your work on this throughout that period. It has been many, many hours, and we certainly have a far greater understanding of every asset and every pipe. So I acknowledge your work in that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Amy.
And I'm sure that news will travel very quickly. Thank you, Catherine, if you can pass that on. And councillors, we might adjourn for a 10-minute cuppa, if everybody's happy with that. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Right, we're moving on to the capital expenditure report, item 9.3 on page 155. So welcome, Mike and Sarah.
Thank you, Your Worship, councillors. Ladies and gentlemen, just to present on the capital expenditure report for the carry forwards for 24-25. I'd take the report as read. However, I'd just like to make a couple of notes, following on from our Finance and Performance Committee. It's where we went through how we'd performed over the year, with an 83% of our program being delivered. I'd like to note as well that throughout the years we've made sure that we've been reporting on all of these projects, so I hope that you're all up to speed as to where they are. Unfortunately, it is a large carry forward as per the history there. It is largely due to a couple of the projects as outlined within the report. I'm happy to continue on or take any other questions as we move forward through that report.
Councillor Johns has just got one question before we move forward. Thanks, Mike.
It's not a question, Your Worship, but I'd just like to comment on the 83% of completions. Is certainly the highest I can recall on my time on council, so well done.
Thanks.
Happy, Your Worship, to step through the report. So I'll just walk us through then from the discussion point there. At Forstop, one of the things I'd just like to highlight again is just that throughout the year as well, like while we've been reporting through to the committees around our projects, we've also been holding our own internal ones for the 3P meetings, which was our project program and portfolio management meetings. So in line with that and around our annual plan timeframe where we did the alignment for the budgets and the reforecasting, we were also actively pursuing our carry forwards at that time, which was able to reshape how we were tracking for our project budgets. From there, it was a major effort to then ensure that all of our projects were also either committed or in delivery under contract, and that was how these have all been approved for being submitted to this council for approval. Any questions? No. Happy on. I can be. So from the background portion of it, again, we're just highlighting where we've gotten to, what the overall chart looks like at 5.6 for which ones are into delivery. Yes, again, we spent a lot of time in 23-24 to reduce the carry forwards as per our long-term plan into 2.7 as we saw a climb. The 13.7 is obviously a spike from this point. However, that is largely due again to external fundings around the Paitoa Pool and the Dannevirke Compound Supply Program. I am now at 6 and the projects proposed for carry forward, and again, happy to take any questions.
Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Mike. I concur with Councillor Johns, though, seeing that the completion rate was commendable, and I've certainly appreciated the breakdown as we've worked through these particular projects. So thank you for that. Can I just backtrack a little bit to 5.4 around the impound supply? I think it's to the credit to you and the team that we've been a little bit more nimble around how we might have allocated that money that was already put in there. So I appreciate the fact that, we've managed to turn the dial a little bit and think more about resiliency, and I think, as you've commented there in 5.4, that it allows us to better posture ourselves for future options, so well done. But if we go to 6.3, and I don't know whether it's for you, Mike, or through to Sarah, just trying to sort out in my mind the impact of taking the carry forward of the total that you've indicated there at 60 million. Does this impact on a headroom, or is CapEx not included in that? Because just help me to work this one through. If we've carried forward all of that, where does that put us in terms of our little rubber band, that I call it, that we can still change the game plan if we need to with our headroom. Thank you, Your Worship.
Through Your Worship, thank you for that excellent question, Councillor Wards. I'm going to take you further down the report to item number 7, where we have the funding breakdown. Sorry, Councillor Johns, am I talking loud enough? To answer your question around the headroom, it hasn't been factored into what our headroom availability we had in the 25-26 annual plan. What it will do is it will come into our 26-27 annual plan, which we're about to begin our budgeting process in the next couple of weeks. So it is factored into the long-term plan, in that we did say we were going to deliver these projects, and we have worked out that we do have room within our financial headroom to be able to deliver this. But you are not seeing it in your public documents just yet. It will come in the next annual plan. What we sort of do with each annual plan is we've got a paragraph in there, we revisit our opening debt room for that proposed financial year. That's done based off what our actual debt is, based off what we forecast the CapEx program to look like, and then we obviously readjust throughout the annual plan process. So you're going to see it come in the 26-27 annual plan. Have I answered your question?
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Just a supplementary on that. Can I just double check though, and I think this is what you were saying, I just want to make sure it's really clear for me. Although it won't be showing in our current headroom, it has been showing clearly in our forecasted headroom. So when we've made our decisions, all of the documents we've seen, that has been factored in on that line that's going up in forecast. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, your understanding is correct.
Thanks. Malcolm, can I just get you to make a comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just the other thing to bear in mind, given your decision that you've just made, vis-a-vis the Westco, we'll now be entering that transitional period. So everything that's water infrastructure related will, at some point in that transition, move over to the Westco. That includes debt. That's water infrastructure related. So as we think through headroom and issues like that, there's going to be a split. They won't formally, as I understand it, have operational responsibility till 1 July 2027, but from now we need to think about to ensure that the right things are going over, and that anything we do water related that uses debt, which probably should do given it's intergenerational, that is covered by the debt transfer agreement and goes to the Westco. Yeah, but it will impact, in my view, on the headroom position. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Long.
Excluding the Paetua pool, is that fair to say?
Yes, that won't be a Westco unless we can. No, just kidding.
Water storage. Right, are there any further questions just based around there? No? Okay.
I would suppose I'd just like to also highlight in the 6.1 in the proposed carry forwards that a number of the commentary there, as well as that those projects, while it's a moving target, based on the year-end commitments, a lot of them actually have been completed or under delivery. But there is a number already there as well that I know are now finished. There's the ones around the server upgrades, as well as the intranet upgrades, and a few other ones as well for designs works that we've already either worked through or we've delivered. So just like to highlight that. Again, a graph again for 6.2, highlighting again at the year end. We've talked a bit through the funding breakdown. If there's any other at 7 stop, if there any other questions on that. I'm not 100% sure what's happened with some of the numbering within it, but as part of the recommendation there, I'd just like to point out that as outlined in section 4.1, that 1.2 should actually be 6.1 for the recommendation. I don't have anything further for this. While it is a significant carry forward, we did commit to doing these things as part of the long-term plan. Unfortunately, we do have delays in terms of weather or resourcing, in particular with infrastructure builds, but we've come a long way. and we are focused on making sure that these are being delivered, and these are again either committed or under contract in various stages of it. So hope that we've kept you up to date as well as possible and following those recommendations.
Thanks, Mike, and we certainly all acknowledge the progress that we've made in this area and the increase in reporting. I guess we've had a good handle on it for the past 12 months and been able to see that. So I do thank you for your transparency on that and for the systems and processes that you've put in place. It's been much appreciated. Councillor Gilmore, you've got a question.
Yeah, thanks very much, Your Worship. More just of a general overall question on this. Agree with everyone, 83% is great. However, it is a significant carry forward in amounts. I've seen the maturity of the PMO grow even just on my short time on council. So yourself and the team and the finance team, everyone else involved should be commended. However, we are about to enter back into a budget planning process and then a year later into a new LTP process. Just wondering from there, have we got any learnings from there to see if we can get that 83% to come out with an even better figure in future?
Through Your Worship, yes. The processes that we've put in place for it have definitely been embedded now, I'd suggest, across our organisation. We've had a number of handovers for these high value, high complex projects. There's been a lot more effort being put into, I think, in around the planning, and you would have seen that in through our last annual plan and our forecasting and adjustments of budgets throughout that. So in line with this, that was considered at the time, and I think, yeah, next one will be better. Well, over is what I'm looking for.
Right. Are there any further questions for Mike or for Sarah? Okay. Okay, thank you. So Councillor Johns is moving the recommendation 1.1 and 1.2, noting that this section has changed from 4.1 to 6.1 in that. Councillor Petty-Webber, you're happy to second. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thanks, Mike. Well done. Right, welcome, Dan. Get to stay there, thanks, Sarah. Right, item 9.4, the 24-25 transportation budget carry forward request.
Thank you, through Your Worship. This is the first time in my time here at Council where we've completely separated out the transportation activity from our carry forwards. And I think we've all been on this wonderful journey with NCTA throughout our long-term plan and delays with funding confirmations and all that goes with that, which is why we've separated it out. And I think I signalled in our 12-month performance report that we would be looking to bring forward an operational carry forward request, which we've never done before either. So exciting times ahead, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I'll take the report as read. I will just highlight, Dan might be able to speak to it more than me, but with the impact that the delay with our NLTP program has obviously caused quite an effect on our operations program. With us having a team stood up to complete Cyclone Gabrielle works and all that went along with that, the team pivoted their time without being able to pre-plan works with the unknown NZTA confirmation, I guess. They've focused on the 100% and the 97.5% FAR rate works, which meant we delivered quite a significant CapEx program, and we saw that within the annual report that we're in the process of having audited. Dan, did you want to give any further comment around that?
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. So, yeah, in regards to last financial year, stepping into the first year of the NLTP period, as Sarah said, there was delays in regards to confirmation of budget and the additional process that NZTA put in place with the approval of our renewal program. So that wasn't approved, as we talked about in the ICCM committee, wasn't approved until end of September. So generally, I mean, that's the start of our construction season. So we hadn't, progressed with designing and things like that. And as Sarah mentioned, the delivery of the 28 million, around 28 million dollars worth of Cyclone Gabrielle works, whereas going into this financial year, we're looking at about 8.5 million. So obviously there's quite a significant reduction in regards to the what we're delivering in that emergency work space, but as reported, you've seen quite a significant increase in our renewal works, which we've touched on with the reseal program and rehab program. So, it's, although we've had the reduction in that emergency work space, we're looking at delivering quite a significant program this year and next year as well, with the last year of the NRTP period.
Thank you, Dan. I'll just go and touch on the tables because what I've tried to show is what we included in the long-term plan, obviously based off the information we had at the point in time of adoption, what our final NLTP program has looked like, and then what I've done is include what we rated for in year 1, what we then rated for in year 2, and then I've got a column there called proposed budgets for year 3. So that's what we'll be looking to put into the 26-27 annual plan. And what it means is we're just wrapping up to ensure we've rated for the full 3-year NLTP program. The carry forward request figure, that's the far right column, is what we had rated for in year 1, less what we've physically spent at 30 June within our claim within the TIO system, which is NZTA system. Really want to stress that these budgets that we're requesting be carried forward. We have rated for them in the 24-25 financial year. I'm proposing to transfer them into the roading reserve and then having them available for the team, as Dan alluded to, for the next couple of years, financial years of works that are required to meet the NLTP program. I've left you hanging, sorry.
I just wanted to go back. You said next couple of years versus next 1 year.
So this current financial year and then proposed year 3.
Thanks for that clarification. Does anyone have any questions for Sarah or Dan? Thanks, Councillor Wards.
Thanks, Your Worship. I've got a couple. I just want to clarify, Sarah, for anyone who's sitting out there thinking, so I paid my rates this past year, of which part was included in a budget to be spent on the roads. Let's keep it simple. So if we're carrying forward the stuff that we didn't spend, could a ratepayer look at this and go, ooh, I should expect a decrease in that particular part of my rates the next year? No, I figured that might be the answer, but I just want to ensure that across this 3-year period that a ratepayer knows that of part of my rates has gone to this, this and this across the 3 years, and by you producing that last column, you're reflecting the portion that has been paid but will get utilised. Is that keeping it simple in terms of my understanding?
Through Your Worship, you have hit the nail on the head. In an ideal LTP scenario, or any other LTP apart from this one, because it had lots of curveballs, we wouldn't expect this change. We would have known what our program was. Dan and his team would have pre-planned their program. I think Simeon Brown even threw in a change in direction, and the team needed to work on pothole prevention as opposed to anything else. So a lot of things have occurred in this wonderful time that is the 24, 34, no, I say 34th LTP or NLTP program. So this wouldn't happen in any other, hopefully, any other time, but given the curveballs we received.
Just a further question, Your Worship. Is there any risk, Sarah and Dan, that what you've provided here to illustrate that carryover, does this require NZTA approval? No, we can do this? Because my next question was, is there a risk that if they don't approve it, so this, we don't need to go any further with this then? Thank you.
If you don't mind, Your Worship, I will just highlight a risk. If we do not process with this carry forward recommendation, it will mean we will not deliver the NLTP program and we would reduce funding, or we would need to, worst case, look to re-rate in the 26-27 financial year. neither of which are what we're recommending. This is a safe, easy book entry option.
Thanks for clarifying that, Sarah. Are there any further questions following that? Okay. Councillor Wallace? You're happy to move it? Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wards. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Big document here. Right, we'll move councillors on to item 9.5, the Tararua District Council Reserve Management Plan. So welcome Fontaine and Kate. Ali's just emailed to make sure that David can be online. Right, welcome, we're all yours.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for another opportunity of presenting our final draft for the Reserve Management Plan. Welcome to David from Exist, who will be assisting us with the report online. First of all, I'd like to express my apologies when submitting the report and the attachment. I was hoping that the track changes that we had made were there, and they disappeared when it got put into Info Council. But we have David that will share those track changes with you. So, do you mind? Yeah. So from the last meeting, the focus was on putting more emphasis towards how we would work with our community groups and how this document supports that. And the other one was around the naming of reserves. So those were what we went away and focused on, and we're hoping that those track changes had come through for you. Can you see those now?
So just
trying to share my screen. Can you see those?
Just checking, Fontaine. The track changes are in the teal
and the blue.
Yeah. Okay.
Do they come through on your devices though?
I'll just turn this light off.
And just double checking, Fontaine. I'm seeing there's blue and there's also a red.
Yeah, it's just a couple of us working on the track changes. Yeah.
Just some context around this, Fontaine. While it's all track changed here, there are the whole section has essentially been added. So there wasn't anything here in the past.
You can't read that. Try read that.
Everyone see that and read it from the screen? You can't?
Maybe if David used his plus signal to make it bigger on his screen.
David, are you able to increase the size of that so councillors could read it on screen? How's that, Councillor Johns?
I'll try.
If you hit the plus. Yep, perfect.
Is it better? Just let me know and I can drop down the screen slightly once you're ready.
Your Worship, if I can comment on that. I've made a couple of notes in here that relate directly to that. The need to engage with other domain boards, reserve boards, or other community groups throughout the year, because by and large they do the work. It's not council that's doing the work. While we own them technically, they're the ones that actually do the job. So I think that's very important to include, be quite specific about that sort of engagement.
Yep.
Thank you.
So that's the whole section for 2.2 that we've added in for domain boards, volunteers and community partnerships. The other note that, or change that we've made, so the rest of the document hasn't changed, just these particular places. So the other part of the document that we've updated is just a slight tweak to the naming of reserves. And we've changed the language there to from where required, council will undertake public consultation to now state council will undertake consultation in partnership with the local community board or committee, as well as domain boards, other community groups connected to the reserve and the wider public.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and thanks for reading that bit out. And I agree with the tweak that you made with D. Certainly captures what we were talking about. I was going to just comment on E and just ask that you talk us through the change there. Thank you.
So instead of this one here, so item E, instead of where a change is going to occur, when a te reo name is gifted from our iwi, when a te reo name is gifted, the significance of this will be recognised and honoured by using the name given. So the whole process around a gifting of a te reo name follows the tikanga process, right? So prior to any of that even taking place, we've already gone through that consultation where we're working with directly with those affected, with any domain groups or community groups that are looking after a reserve or a parcel. And those sorts of things would have already happened, right? So when a name is being gifted, a te reo name is being gifted, there's no consultation on that. That's the only time that we don't consult, is when there is a gift being given.
And just to be clear for today, that's because, through usual process, tikanga, etc., that consultation to extent has already occurred.
Yes.
Leading up to the gifting
Yes.
by the iwi. Yep.
Yes.
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think the Chief Executive has probably asked the same question. So in other words, iwi wouldn't gift a name unless there had been prior consultation and agreement with the affected communities.
The process around the tikanga behind that is that without that consultation and without that work, there's a bit of work that goes into naming a reserve and presenting with a te reo name. There's a lot of work that goes into that. Without having that mahi done prior, it does not hold its mana. So that's not what happens. It's not how we work through. But can you assist in that?
I'm not quite sure you've answered the question. If the feeling of that particular community was that its present name was what they wanted, iwi wouldn't then gift a name, respecting the community involvement. Thank you.
Yeah. David, you wanted to make a comment, and then I'll go to Councillor Gilmore.
Yes, sorry, I could probably just make this slightly easier. Typically, when council would ask iwi to gift a name. So iwi, the only other occasion is iwi might say, hey, we would like to change that name, but that's sort of not what we're talking about here. Usually if we ask iwi to gift a name, it's a request to gift a name. So it's what we're sort of saying in this policy is if we ask iwi to gift a name and they gift one and we don't particularly like it, we don't really have the choice. If you sort of ask someone to gift something, you're sort of obligated to take it on. So like Fontaine was saying, there'd be a lot of work that goes in talking with the different groups involved in the park or reserve before we went out and asked for a name to be gifted.
Yeah, so the key just to be clear for elected members, so the key decision point is whether to ask iwi to gift. That's not after the event, so that's where you do your due diligence, decide whether to do it, and then tika processes presumably take over.
Councillor Gilmore, then Councillor Wallace.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. And thanks for the work on this. I see what you're trying to do. I still have some concerns just with the wording as it's written, and I'll quickly go through those. I think David was talking about a typical circumstance, which I get, and I think that all makes sense. What I'm worried about is the way that it's written, how we deal with a situation that's not typical, because as it's written, it just talks about if a te reo Māori name is gifted. It doesn't talk about who might be able to gift that name. What happens if one iwi potentially gifts a name and another iwi that we have is opposed to that? Does this bind us into that process? Now, it doesn't really, and I know that it's not going to be a whole process there, but it needs to refer very, very specifically back to a process that's been agreed. I also wonder if, if a hapu group decides to gift a name and they look at this and they would say, well, there should be no consultation. That should happen. There is broader consultation, but what weight is given to that? I worry that we're not being specific enough, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our discussion was more around that we will respect if a name is given, but we should be allowing our community, particularly the ones that are users of that reserve, to comment on it. Perhaps there could be wording added that I'd feel more comfortable with if we asked, and that was the examples that were given, if we asked for a name to be gifted, that we respect that. Perhaps we actually just need to say that in there. When council requests a name to be gifted, we honour that. I think that makes sense, but this just, I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but the way it's written, it makes me uncomfortable.
Your Worship, I
think that would be a good approach.
Comments.
Sorry, we just had to at once. So, David, you thought that was. Can you just clarify yours, and then I'll come to Councillor Johns. Your comment.
Yes, I think that would be a good approach to clarify it. Yep.
Okay, Councillor Johns, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I totally concur with those comments. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you. Because I think we know what we're all talking about here. So a certain reserve could be called 3 different names by 3 different people. So if we left it open, if 2 different iwis wanted to give it its own flavour, and then the locals have got its name that's been there, because this is the kind of dilemma we're in. And that's what was happening with why this went forward. And that doesn't offend anybody. It doesn't offend the locals. It doesn't offend any iwis. If they choose, and that's probably the clarification we need to know, because I know the original, and this is in one particular case, which kind of brought it to a head, which was really good, because people have, like our country name, people choose which name they choose to use. And I think it's the choice is the essence.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace. I think what we're looking for, and it's been identified, is a really clear process so that everybody understands, and it's to prevent, you know, any distress and upset in the community. So, David, if you're happy to work with Fontaine on those changes, just thinking about the unintended consequences of that. Councillor Chase.
Through you, Mayor Tracy, yes, I agree with Scott. It just needs to be a little bit clearer so that the wider community doesn't assume that it's changing the place name. It just is giving another name. So however we write that, it just needs to say when council asks for the, you know, for the Coronation Park to be gifted its own te reo name. You know, that's how it just needs to be presented in this paper so that we don't get the backlash from the community saying, you know, typical Māori, changing the name. When we're not, we're just gifting another name. It's an added value, not taken away from what it currently presently is. And that needs to be reflected in that little statement there. Yeah.
Thanks. And also, can I just check, so you're saying that it's when council request, but actually it can be gift. You know, a gift is a gift. Doesn't have to be requested. Is that covered in this as well? Because that's what we're talking about. You know, when you receive that gift, doesn't necessarily mean that we've asked for something to be considered. It might be something that is, you know, is found to be offensive or incorrect. And if I go back, there's been quite a lot of discussion around Warati, Wharatiti, and the pronunciation and stories in behind that. That would probably just be one that I'd give an example of. So, Councillor Gilmore, you've got a comment.
Yeah, thanks very much, Worship. Just very quickly, that was exactly the point that I was trying to make of talking about when council requests the gift, and then I think all of that fits really nicely because presumably we would only do that if we knew that was the right thing to do or what our community wanted. But my concern certainly is a gift is a gift, and actually anyone. As it's written, could present that gift, which could be a problem. I also want to make sure we have 2 iwi within our district, and I want to, and sometimes rightly they may have slightly different ideas on names and different parts, and I just want to make sure that both feel respected in that process. Thanks.
David, you've got a comment there?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out you still may get unsolicited requests from iwi or other groups for renaming a reserve. The reason we've steered a little bit clear of putting any specific criteria in this around that is some of the points that have already been raised. There's 2 iwi. It's a bit more complicated. There's potentially more than 1 iwi and that have an association with that reserve. So it's probably a case by case basis that needs to be assessed on, and you could probably write a standalone policy on that rather than a policy and a reserve management plan. That would probably work better for those cases. So yeah, I think this policy when council requests a name from mana whenua, that's a good way to frame that particular policy up anyway.
Thanks. I'll just pass to the Chief Executive for a comment.
Thank you, Worship. I'm obviously new to this issue, but it seems to me from the discussion with elected members that the circumstance we're talking about is that where council requests either iwi to gift a name, then E applies. And at that point, you need to honour your relation and partnership agreements with each respective iwi and that sort of thing. So by inserting the suggestion that Councillor Gilmore has said, you make it quite clear that the circumstance that we are talking about is where council has made it a request of iwi, of one or other or potentially both iwi to gift a name. which presupposes there would have been discussion and analysis and debate prior to that, if that is what you mean, in which case I would agree with that. And then it's anything else is a separate discussion, if that's the intent of councillors.
Thanks. Fontaine, that is the intent.
Through you, Your Worship. So just for, I'm hearing everything, but we've been, we've read this document and gone over it lots of times. So Kate and I have had many debates over this particular section. So for the wording here, we're happy with when council requests a name from, or a te reo name from mana whenua, we want that inserted. Mm.
First of all, council requests. Secondly, iwi decide to gift. The point is, council activates the process and then respects tikanga once that is in train.
Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Worship. Look, this is a big day, team. and we've reflected in a number of meetings around the work and the effort that's gone to get you to this. I'm slightly hesitant in moving the recommendation as it's stated, because that chunk, and most importantly in my view 2.2, is not actually reflected in the document that has been attached to our paper. So I'm comfortable about making the motion, but I just want to request, when will it get loaded, when will the amendments get loaded up so that the community might view it? So if we adopt this plan, the one that we've referred to in Schedule 3, whatever it is, final draft, is not the one that we actually want, that David has put up there. The different versions, yeah. Because that was my dilemma, Fontaine, was what I saw in the attached to our agenda was not actually what I wanted to see up on that screen. So how do we know 2.2 is going to be, unless we reshape this motion, Your Worship, to say amendments as discussed?
I think one of the suggestions to making that possible was to change 1.3 from delegating it to the General Manager to delegate it to the Chief Executive.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'd be more than comfortable with that. But well done, team. It's taken a lot to get it to this. and my dream will be that, our next annual planning process will have some reflection and activities that are guided by this. So thank you so much.
Well done.
Thanks. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship. You raised the issue of wharatiti, and so, Councillor Scott, Councillor Peter Naoma and I met with both iwi up at Wharatti, and we took the guidance from them. We thought they were going to be really excited about changing the name back to what its original supposed name was, which was the home of the mutton bird, yeah. They had no anecdotal evidence to prove there'd ever been mutton bird up there, and so they said they couldn't see the point, and so completely, yeah, I know.
There was only one iwi.
Yeah, that's true. It was only one iwi. Yeah, but the other iwi didn't contest that or say anything neither. But we took that, and we just went, and this is exactly the same thing.
Thanks.
There was a name change. There wasn't anything to do with gifting the name.
No.
Thanks for that. Right, so Councillor Wards, this is a huge piece of work, and I know that we want to get this adopted for you today. You'll be able to have a celebration then. Councillor Wards, you're happy with the recommendation 1.1, 1.2 and 1.3 changing the delegation to the Chief Executive, Malcolm Alexander? And you're happy to move that, Councillor Wards, and seconded by Councillor Long. Sorry, Fontaine.
Aroha mai koutou. Sorry, I did forget to we do have a couple of parcels that are out for public notification at the moment that do form part of this agreement too. So they don't come off notification until the 29th. Till the 29th. They will be included in this too. So I just want our members to be fully informed that those documents, those parcels, is still out for consultation at the moment, and that's just for the classification. However, we've not received any submissions on our proposal, and I've only received one inquiry that was misinformation, and that's all. Just for your awareness.
Yeah. Thanks for that. So we've got Councillor Wards has moved that, Councillor Long has seconded that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Congratulations.
Can I just have a request, Your Worship? Can section 2.2 be sent just in an email attachment because I know there's probably some interest in the community that particular part got included in all the hundreds of pages. Thank you.
Just clarifying, Councillor, you mean to elected members?
The other question that we'll note that I had here is letters to submitters. Have submitters been written to with these changes, or will you do that? How will we reflect that back to the community that their submissions have been heard? Okay, so yeah, thank you. That would be good, and I think there's particular communities that would appreciate that part of it too. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Fontaine.
Okay. Whoops, I was just going to say thank you. He's popped off. Can you pass our thanks on to David just for his support and all of that? Thank you. Right, councillors, item 9.6, the Better Off funding timeline that is tied with the urban enhancement strategy. So welcome, Carter.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koutou katoa. So we've been on a bit of a journey with this strategy and the report I have for you today is to pretty much respond to a question that was raised at the last council meeting around whether we can redirect some of the Better Off funding to other initiatives. The short answer is no, and the reason is that the agreement or the commitment to deliver the urban design strategy, urban enhancement strategy, was signed before the council resolution to redirect some of the funding to support the transition of the local water done well. I would also like to comment that we've made an update to the strategy, so we have changed the Woodville population from 4,000 to 1,700, and I've included which I believe a strong rationale for adopting the strategy today. And I also would like to just respond to a comment that was made at our last meeting around strategy sitting on the shelf. What I would like to say really is that if the strategy, or once this strategy is approved, it may very well set aside as in sitting on the shelf. But in my opinion, having strategies sitting on a shelf is quite often a deliberate and a prudent approach. It's not a sign of neglect, and it's rather a sign of foresight and good governance. And I'm saying this because we operate in a very dynamic context. A shelf-ready strategy provides flexibility. It enables us to pivot and respond to emerging needs without having to start from scratch. There are no plans for immediate implementation of this strategy, but having this strategy means that we can respond quickly and decisively when conditions change and when opportunity emerges. Ngā mihi nui ki atu koutou. Thank you.
Thanks, Carter. Councillor Johns, you've got a question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I think when we previously discussed this, I made the suggestion that rather than adopt it, we receive it. And I think that might be what you're referring to now. Is that the case? To receive the document rather than adopt it?
Through you, Your Worship, we seeking adoption of the strategy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I will be brief. Thank you for the detailed information. I have already made all of the comments that I will, so I'm not going to relitigate that, except to say my view remains the same, although I do appreciate the work that's gone into it. I think it is very important when you vote against a motion to say why. So I'm indicating that understand and respect colleagues may have a different view, but I will be staying consistent with this. Thank you.
Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will also be adopting the same approach as Councillor Scott, and with no disrespect whatsoever to the work that's gone into it, but I want to stand by my original decision.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for that, kōrero, Carter. I am of the view that this is I kind of think of it like a dictionary, that when you come to thinking about what's the meaning of this or where might we go, that this becomes a dictionary for, as you've said, these were some thoughts, these were some ideas. If you're thinking about your own community, what might be some of the background and insights that have already been thought of. And so I get that at the timing of this, to some of us might have been, oh, we can't be doing this, we can't dream like this right now. But this is a document that I believe has had some fantastic strategic thinking going into it, and I will stay true to myself, and I'm pleased that this will get adopted. If it sits on a shelf for 18 months, I don't care. It's kind of like a dictionary. You're only going to need it when you get to a stage in our dreaming of the vision for Tararua that there might be some guidelines we can hang our hook on in this one. So thank you, Carter.
Thanks, Councillor Wards. Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Carter. Yes, and I hear what you're saying. Like, I know with previous governments we've had to pivot really quickly, and we haven't had the strategies in place. So when funding comes up, we need to be ready to get that strategy off the shelf and get going, because we want some of that money that they're giving out. So yes, I agree, and I'm happy to move this today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Petty-Weber. Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. I appreciate the comments from the people who are not prepared to put their hand up on this, but I think there's definitely benefits within this, and I wouldn't like to see us throw it away. But I recall in my past time in councils, going back probably before some of the members here, we passed and paid for some quite significant work to be done, and one of them I recall was soils through the Tararua District. We had right trees, right place, and we also had another one, and I just eluding me for the moment, but it was quite an interesting one. A couple of these sat on the sideline for quite some time, but in later years they became quite valuable. At the time there was some discussion about them, but I see this not so much different than that, and we put some time in it. There's some good stuff in there. There was a few details that other members didn't like or thought there was a waste of time, but I didn't feel like picking bits and pieces out that didn't. I think overall the strategy is fine, and I'm happy with it myself, but sometimes it takes some years to mature these reports. But
Thanks, Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Wallace.
Yes, using that word mature, it's like a good wine. I think the work that's gone into this, going forward with the comments that have been made, I'm very pleased, and I'd be proud to second it.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Johns, I've got one question. Councillor Johns, you've got another?
Just a comment, Your Worship. Yes, previously I was opting for the document to be received rather than adopted. While there are some good general observations made of the respective towns and what could be done, I guess what worries me is that at some stage in the future, if things in the community wanted to do something, they may be prevented from doing it because it didn't mention it in this particular document, and it'll be held up as something sacrosanct. If I can be convinced that it's a reference document that won't constrain a community, I'd be happy to go along with the recommendation. Otherwise, not.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Just going to ask the Chief Executive to answer that one, but also the question I had was just around any risk that this was externally funded by the Department of Internal Affairs, any risk, going forward with that, should this not be adopted?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I just want to make a couple. I appreciate that I'm a Johnny-come-lately to this issue. We're at the end of it, so I volunteer these thoughts in that light, if you would. So it is a strategy, and I concur with Councillor Johns. That is not a legal document in the sense of your long-term plan and your annual plans. Those are the documents, the ones that actually set strategy for a council is your long-term plan. Okay, so that's the formal document, and as has been earlier referenced, the next council will be embarking on that process probably starting next year. I see a strategy as a useful basis of information to do that, so I see no particular issues with adopting it. It's a strategy, it's open for council. I see it as a dynamic and living document. Strategies can and should evolve to reflect facts and change in circumstances, like a new road over the hill, for example, that type of thing. And so I'm relatively relaxed about it, and it'll be a useful feed into what is actually the important document, which is the next council's long-term plan. So I see it in that light. The second thing is this was used for funded by Better Off funding, which is Crown money. There will be an obligation to close that off with the Department of Internal Affairs. Yes, the use of Better Off funding changed with the change in government, where unused or uncommitted Better Off funding was required to then be used for waters, not for anything else. But where something was in train, which this was, you were able to conclude it. So my view is that adopting it rounds that off, meets your commitment to DIA, but it doesn't mean it supersedes, or in fact it can't, in my view, supersede or supplant the actual documents that are important from a strategic point of view, council, being the long-term plan and your annual plan, but your strategic document is the LTP, which has the 10-year time frame. That would be my view. Hopefully not too contentious, I hope.
Thanks for that. Right, are there any further questions or clarifications on that? Okay. Then none. Right, so Councillor Petty-Webber, you're happy to move that, the adoption of that document. Councillor Wallace, you're happy to second that? Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against? We'll record that you. Thank you. So the motion is passed. We'll record Councillor Gilmore and Councillor Franklin as against the motion. Thank you. Thank you, Carter, for bringing back that further information. That was helpful. Right. Now, item 9.7, the notification of the district-wide contestable fund round 1 outcomes. So welcome, Sarah.
Thank you.
Page 305.
You found that, Councillor Johns? Yep. Okay, we're away.
Thank you. I'm going to take the report as read. The panel met on the 10th of September and it was a great meeting. 50 minutes, perfect. I just want to highlight there was 36 applicants, a totaling of 253,000 applied for. Out of that, 18 were successful. A breakdown of that, there was 9 projects, 6 events and 3 sports allocated. So really cool. Any questions?
Thanks. Councillors, I'd have to say and thank the panel for coming fully prepared and well read and understood on all those applications. So it certainly did help with the 50 minutes. So thank you for that. Do any councillors have any questions on any of those? Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Sarah. When will the successful applicants be notified of?
So there was an error on the communication side of that, so I do apologise. It's a new process. So I am notifying the applicants, all applicants today and tomorrow. But 5 working days we have allowed for this.
Thanks, Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to reiterate a comment that I made the day we did this, and it was really good that everybody came well prepared. But it does concern me that we don't, when we put this contestable fund out, we don't actually say how much is sitting in that fund. We had $46,000 and $237,000 worth of applications. To me, we're wasting people's time. If we're not saying this is the pool that's available in this round, then people will modify, I think. I don't know any other way around that. It just seemed crazy that the people who put in those applications were asking for thousands each weren't aware that it wasn't sort of an endless, bottomless pit of money.
Yeah, so we don't have a limit on what people can apply for, but in all of our communications we do put if there is the $50,000 available or however much if there's urgent taken out. Then this round was 46,000.
Thanks, Councillor Franklin. I certainly take the point, but it's also it's interesting to see how much is out there and how much thought had gone in. But there certainly were some extensive applications, and you did have to assess them and critique them quite harshly. Okay. Any further questions on that? Everyone's happy with those recommendations? Okay, can I have somebody move that? Thank you, Councillor Chase, and seconded Councillor Franklin. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thanks, Sarah, and thanks if you could notify them as soon as possible, because it is a public meeting, so that would be great. They'll all be waiting to hear. Thanks. Right. Thanks, councillors. Moving on to item 9.8, the road closures. Hamish, do you want to come forward in Dan's absence?
Yes, I thought Dan was going to do it, Hamish. Yeah. If you need, I've gone across it with him, so if you need anything.
I'm happy to. Through you, Mayor Tracy, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to your final council meeting. It's gone really well. It's been interesting listening. Happy to take these reports as read, unless you want to have a discussion, but they are standard road closure requests through. We are considering reassessing how these papers come through for next triennium, which we'll discuss in future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Moved by Councillor John, seconded by Councillor Sutherland. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Right, yeah.
Perhaps I could, a question to Hamish, if I may. I know there's a bit of a timeline when these road closure requests need to be in by. Is it 3 months in advance, or what is it?
Through you, Metro Seats, there is a there's a processing time that the team need to do. It's generally a few weeks' time, but it depends if it's an emergency as well, which they can do immediately. It is something that they have the authority to do internally, but there has sort of been a process they've gone through to share it out broader. I think we can perhaps in the next training do it through comms rather than through this forum, but we'll be talking about that further in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Right, item 9.9, the road closure for Explore Pahiatua and the Christmas parade. Councillor Gilmore.
Happy to move.
Wonderful. We always love a Christmas parade. Moved by Councillor Gilmore, seconded by Councillor Franklin. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Great to have no Grinches. Right. Item 9.10, we'll move on to the requests under the Local Government Official Information Act. Ali, did you want to make any comments on the report? Okay, we'll take that as read. I just had one. Councillor Gilmore, you've got one?
Just very quickly, not a direct question, more of a comment, Your Worship. I just wanted to thank Ali, the team, and everyone who's involved in the Lagoima requests coming through. I know this is something we've been receiving for a little while now. I find it incredibly helpful personally to see some of the things that are coming through, but the other benefit is when I get questions in the community, often they're very similar to ones that people have asked. I just send them the link. I say someone else has asked a similar question, there's all the documents, and it really lifts that feeling of transparency. So I wanted to thank you for that. Thank you for displaying it publicly. Thank you for publishing it on the website. And I know it's not just you. I know that it's, the team has to work very, very hard on those responses, but it is noticed and it's great work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore, and I think it is very much appreciated, and it does help that credibility and that transparency within the community. And I know myself, I read all of these through. It is a lot of work, so certainly very grateful for that. But I think for me, the public can be rest assured if you ask a question, it will be answered and you'll get all of that there. So sometimes we hear that and it's just because it hasn't been asked. I did have, because I go through and read them, I couldn't find the request from the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. I couldn't see the response on that one. Can you just double check that that's loaded?
I can answer that one. That was just a request, a consultation from them. They weren't asking us for information. They wanted to share information that they had related to that belonged to us, and there was no reason to withhold that.
Thanks for that. Okay, so that report, Councillor Wallace is happy to move the recommendation 1.1. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Chase, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Thanks, Ali, for that. Right. Don't have any correspondence. Portfolio reports, councillors. Is there any final reports that anyone wishes to share? No? Thank you. Right. Mayoral matters. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Right. Firstly, I just wanted to thank councillors. This has been an incredibly tough triennium. To have two cyclones, one of those as part of the largest national civil defence that this country has had, took a lot of work and effort, and I acknowledge councillors and staff for that, but actually councillors for going out there, being there for the community and supporting the community. There are many, many hours involved in that, and that was it was tough, and so was the recovery, but you've been there for the community through all of that, but also through the changes that we've had, the change of government. We've had to pivot some of the better off funding. That they talked about a tough long-term plan process, and local water done well. There has never been a more significant decision than what we've worked through successively with that. So I think that you have a lot to be proud of, and certainly I think a lot of people would underestimate the hours and hours that are involved. And when you look at the documents some of us have got printed today, that is a lot of reading that everyone's taken part of. But we've ticked off some really big things this triennium, so I thank you all very much for that. And with that, I do have some certificates here just to acknowledge that and recognise that workload that you have taken part in. So I'll pass those out. But I just wanted, because today is the last meeting for councillors, I just did want to acknowledge Councillor Sutherland, the heavy workload that you've had as the Chair of Infrastructure, Climate Change and Emergency Management. I didn't really expect that all three of those would combine in one cyclone. So a good choice of name for that committee, but Cyclone Gabrielle, what it did around this table, but actually what it did to your portfolio and the additional workload that you had, from slips, roading, bridges to meetings out with the Tararua Alliance, with Waka Kotahi, with iwi, and then going on to local water, with the three waters to local water done well. You had the same additional meetings there, so certainly was significant. But also having you beside me as we went through with the Wairarapa councils, and that increased workload there, and reading was certainly very helpful. So today's decision, thank you very much for your role in that. Thank you for the patience and the reality checks that Councillor Sutherland often gives us with his wise experience, and some of the stories as well. Your sense of humour around the tables actually has been enjoyed by us all. And I hope that you are incredibly proud of the significant contribution that you have made for your efforts. I hope you enjoy all your free time, fishing, diving, travelling with friends and family. For your sins, you were also beside me throughout the Dennyville Compounded Supply and all the public meetings and the site visits and the additional work that's created for us. So it's quite nice to see some of that. I know we had some carry forwards this morning, but actually that work's planned. It's in the pipeline, so you've been through that there as well. And I know that the roading teams have really enjoyed working with you and getting to know you and your advice. I think the most memorable trip that I've got with Councillor Sutherland was inducting Mark Ellingham when he was the transport manager and Don Cameron as the recovery manager. We went in a ute and did a tour. So I'm not sure you should really take on a transport manager and then take them on Route 52. That's possibly, a little bit nervy on the job. It looks a very different road now, but we went out there having a look at that, had a look at the cyclone damage, and we actually went out to Otanga Road, which the team had told us was passable, and because we had everybody that we needed in the vehicle. But as we approached that road, the conditions had changed somewhat, and got out and inspected it, and I think the instructions were hit the accelerator and hard left. So that was certainly very memorable, travelling out there, and also going out to Rakaiatai Bridge. And yeah, so certainly thank you very, very much. Your leadership on infrastructure and your knowledge has really been appreciated, and as have your stories of council agenda reading. And perhaps nodding off the odd time reading those. So thank you very much. And I do have a small gift here. of a huia pin to show your leadership for that. So thank you very much. I'll get that to you in a minute. Malcolm might.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, if you can, Malcolm. And it'll look very nice on your jacket. Thank you, Alison. Councillor Franklin. I knew to say Alison. Your legacy on council will be the energy and commitment that you've given to Connect Tararua. And we know your passion for digital connectivity, communication and social media. Northwood are absolutely thrilled with their replacement tower, because we've already got them one and then you had to replace that too. And the plans and work are in place to lobby for more, which is mission critical for us and especially our rural communities and our young people, with the removal of the copper wire and our increasing need for connectivity as we do business necessary to operate really. You won't see passenger transport come to fruition in your term, but when it does, we know that it was your patience, your lobbying and the work that you've put in to get us there. You know, we never had anyone sitting on regional transport to lobby for that for many, many years. So, you know, Councillor Raylene Treader sat there for 3 years and then you've taken that baton, and I know I've had that reflected back to me. They've really enjoyed that. So we were close until NZTA pulled the funding, but I know that we will get there and it's not going to be a very long time. So in fact, I think when we do, we're going to notify you so you can take that first bus. Our shout. I'm sure you get a discount on the gold card. Well, they do at Palmerston North. It's free, I think, for gold cards. So our shout. Your strong advocacy for the Pahiatua poll has always been heard, and you'll have to travel back when that opens up as well to see the smiles on families' faces. But thank you for your commitment to explore Pahiatua over so many years, and including your support for the Pahiatua Main Street upgrade. There's been a significant amount happen in Pahiatua over your term. In your time, it hasn't always been sunshine and roses. To chair the Community Wellbeing Committee and have the wellbeings pulled from under you wasn't ideal, but you soldiered on, highlighting health, and hopefully, you know, we'll see that the Pahiatua Ambulance Station building opened very, very soon. So it's on target, and that'll be a great day if you were there at the sod turning. Our sincerest thanks to you for your compassion and your efforts with the collapse of the Columbarium Wall. You know, that was incredibly significant. You've made the lives of our people better in an absolute tragic situation. So I truly appreciate that and saw that firsthand when you're dealing with them. Sorry, Councillor Johns. You're also key in identifying the issue with the direct debits, and many residents felt comfortable raising this with you. You've also been part of the solution, so our heartfelt thanks for that. My personal thanks for your work during Cyclone Gabrielle. Alison came in and actually sat beside me working with Levon, so Irina was also in the room, and when talking to Sejiri Mataparai in the review, you know, in those early days we were able to double down on our efforts because we had two people there working, so certainly acknowledge and thank you for that. I think that you can be incredibly proud of your achievements and enjoy your retirement. It's well earned, well deserved, and we wish you well always. So we've also got a beautiful huia feather for you to wear on your jacket, and I thought that would look very nice. So I'll come in. So thank you both very, very much for your significant contribution and to everybody around this table. We have done an outstanding level of service for this community, and it has been tough throughout some of the challenges that we've faced and some of the change, and especially with the cost of living crisis, and some of the increases that we've seen have been huge. So thank you for that. Right, councillors, we do have a couple of items in public excluded. So with that, we'll close this part of the meeting, and if I can have somebody move us into public excluded. Councillor Sutherland?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. I didn't write up a valedictorian speech or anything, but I think at the infrastructure meeting just the other day, I did make a bit of a list, but we were short for time, so we just said thanks. But the only thing I really wanted to say, I will miss it, and it got busier and busier, but I did love the infrastructure, and I think, as you know, I'm a bit more informal than others, but the relationships we did build with the team, all of the staff here, and particularly with the Alliance team, I enjoyed, and the sort of informal meetings we had out there put a lot of problems to bed before they came out, and Hamish was part of that, and I think that was a good way forward at that time. But really, it was just more about the team here. It's 7 years for me really today. 1 year I got co-opted in, and then we had the 2 elections. But I just wanted to say really to the team, I do think we've worked very, very hard, and Mike's list showed what's been done, and there's plenty more ahead. But I just wanted to really say that I appreciate being part of a team where we respected each other. We dealt with courtesy. We had quite a few differences of opinion on some quite significant events at times, but the courtesy and the professionalism and the respect you gave each other and Mayor Tracy and the staff, I think, was a highlight for me. And I just want to say thanks, and to those of you who will be successful going forward. I'm sure you'll carry that with you. But that's just a brief thanks to me. I think it's not every council in New Zealand, what I could read, has handled their governance the same way. But I think it's a credit to you all here through difficult times, and often a lot of pressure and criticism from outside. I really think I've learnt a lot, and I think you've all grown a lot. Even me, I'm old, but I've grown a bit too. But thanks very much for that. So.
Thanks, Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you for the opportunity, Your Worship. I'd like to agree wholeheartedly with Kerry's comments, particularly about us working as a team, and it's been apparent for me throughout the whole 9 years I've been on council, and I think we can really give ourselves a good pat on the back for that. We see different news items of councils doing all sorts of, and we have been solely united on everything that we have done. Yes, we might disagree around the table, but there's never any bad feeling at all. For me, the most important thing when I stood for council was to represent my community in the southern ward. So being on Explore Pahiatua has been really important to me. And I have had great support from the community as well. And so I'm really looking forward. I was so disappointed that the pool wasn't going to be ready in time, but I'll definitely be back for the opening. So it's been an awesome journey. I've loved every minute of it. I've learnt a lot. I often have my father sitting on my shoulder as a former councillor from Napier City Council. And so I know what he'd be thinking with everything that we do. So, yeah, and I just want to finish off. I just had a message from a ratepayer, and I'd like someone to give it an answer, please. The question is, what does purchasing a sewing machine have to do with the library? With costs coming back to ratepayers, I'm sure it will be need repairs going forward, and why are ratepayers footing this bill? I hope you can see where I'm coming from. If I'm at a loss to understand this logic, I'm sure there are others. That came from a Pahiatua resident. So what do I tell her?
I think thanks, and I think I've had some questions around the sewing machines as well, especially considering if there's other organisations that are doing sewing here at Creative Spaces in Dennyburg, at the Little Yellow Plane in Pahiatua. It's one that I am keen. I'll pop down to the library and have a look at them. But actually, Creative Spaces in Dennyburg would be quite keen if they can hire those out and take them home. So it still might work in some of their spaces. So certainly understand that. But other libraries have also got sewing machines as they move into becoming more hubs. But for me, I think it's around council doesn't have to do everything. There are other people in our community that provide that same service. So we'll work on an answer for you.
Thank you for that. And I just want to finish off by saying that I made a decision at the beginning of this year, as my last year, that I was going to address misinformation on social media. Not the council page, I stay away from that, but the other community pages. And it's been a really interesting process because I've been extremely soundly abused, but I've also had a lot of gratitude as well. And the comment that came, particularly from Dannyburg, from a community page here, was that what it did was it struck a conversation and people started asking questions. And, you know, and sometimes it can be quite simple, but it just needs the record set straight, because I believe during COVID, that's when all of the conspiracy theories went wild around the world because nobody put a line under it or explained anything. And so I think, for example, Rangitikei District Council with Ben, is it Ben? Does an outstanding job of addressing that, and it's great to see Kimberley doing that now too. So if you're happy with me, keep doing it. I can do it from Napier.
Thanks, Councillor Franklin. Make sure you take plenty of time to ride your e-bike and do all those fun things that you can do as well. Thanks for that. Right, councillors, can I have somebody move us into public excluded, and then I might adjourn us for lunch as well. So, okay, so thank you. Councillor Wallace moved into public excluded, seconded by Councillor Johns. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Right, Councillor. Yep. Right. Okay, councillors, we're just I've just closed us up for our final meeting with a karakia. Normally, well, actually, I guess we'll close with a karakia that we have had for both the most of this term, and one that is really special to us, considering, especially as you drive over the new highway, that there's one point on that beautiful bridge that you actually see both the Ruahine and the Tararua and the Manawatu River. It's a very, very significant point. So I look forward to biking that one day soon. Let the winds of the Ruahine and Tararua give you strength. Let the waters of the Manawatu nourish you, for we are the pounamu of Te Tāpiri Nui o Whātonga. Kia ora. Thank you for today.